Hello, everybody, and welcome. So we are back. Sorry for having to take yesterday off. The fiance needed me to help her out. Um, yeah. So I made quite a few updates. Last night I managed to get through a little bit of refactoring the code. Made some tweaks and changes there. Fixed some you know pointer reference leaks and things like that, just to clean up the code a little bit, make sure we weren't missing anything. It's a little bit easier to focus on that stuff off stream. As far as like changes go, the only like actual change, visible change to the user that I made was I added mouse clicks as down click, up click, and got rid of spacebar as a restriction. So any key, literally any key, press and hold or tap will work. So I feel like that's about as accessible as we can get. Don't support gamepads, but literally any key on your keyboard or a mouse click will work. Pretty straight or pretty easy to do since I realized we don't actually have to lock it to any key. I'm still going to reference everything as spacebar. Um, I think when I add the tutorial stuff. Speaking of which, I should put a note for that. Tutorial slash hints for how to play. Um, what else? I did have a good discussion last night with someone. I think starting in January, I'm going to be joining a team, which means I've always kind of planned on doing this in the near future, probably next week, which is already going to be weird anyways because of Christmas. Probably sometime next week or the week after, I'll be reducing the amount of hours I stream. I feel like the engagement on the channel hasn't been great when we're doing live coding streams, which is unfortunate, but also understandable. It's hard for me to engage and keep my thought process and everything going while coding. And I get a lot more done when I code off stream than when I code on stream. So I want to reduce the time I spend coding on stream. So the streams will get a little bit shorter, and we will do them less frequently, which will allow me to use that same time period, which is my best working hours each day, to build out things in the background when we're doing these game jams. And then coming January, if I end up actually going through with joining that team, they'll give me the option to work on some projects off stream that I can't work on stream. So there's going to be a balancing act after that point that will have to come into play. That gives me kind of a nice middle ground on time spent streaming while coding and time spent just coding, which hopefully should help me get a little bit better velocity with the same working hours each week. And then I will change one of our days. Right now, I'm tentatively thinking probably like Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm not sure yet, um, but we'll see. The third streaming day, I think it's gonna do two full coding days, and then we'll do a half stream on a third day, um, targeting somewhere around 6 hours for full days and 2 to 3 hours for the half day. That half day will focus on design and updates. So we'll just do kind of this format you can see now. Also, I'm going to gesture this way because I went through and changed some setup stuff, which I'll talk about in a second. But I have a monitor over here. Um, but we'll do this more chatting style. I'll share some things from time to time. When we start a new game jam, we might have to get a little more flexible on days, what day that stream happens. But the intention will be we cover our game design from a planning standpoint, as well as kind of a recap on what we've completed. Additionally, for those that don't want to join on that day and get the full details, I plan on starting to do with this game that we're working on today. I plan on starting to do devlog style updates as well onto my YouTube channel. Those updates will they might include, snapshots of code here and there, but the especially in the early days, but the majority of it or the main focus is going to be um, like progress we're making on games as we go, design ideas that we land on when we're doing game jams, those kinds of things. I will be pulling a lot of content from our design session, our like weekly chat sessions. But I will also have to get some content from outside of that. They're intended to be 5 to 10 minute videos for each devlog. Think of it kind of like a weekly stand up. Um, you know, just go through and talk about what we did, over the past week and what we're planning on doing over the course of the next week. Those kinds of things. Meant to be short and concise. I'll show some screenshots, some gameplay, depending on where we're at, what we're doing, stuff like that. That's kind of it for updates that we have, as far as the stream itself. The When it comes to technical changes or like setup changes I made, we are no longer using Restream or Stream Elements or any of those. I did get hopefully, I have our chat issue fixed. I have an idea for a project I want to put together at some point in time. Um, I would like to get a I know we kind of have something similar to this as an option already from bots, but I kind of want to make my own for building out a streaming bot. And the concept would be is it I can give it the YouTube and Discord chat, and it would condense them down and inject it into Discord for me. And that way I can see everybody's chat in Discord through a nice chat system, um, as well as have one spot that I can type and it should be able to send to both. Though I might not add that feature just because I am, in fact, on video. I don't need to type into chat. Um, but at the very least, getting the condensed stream into one location. That also gives me something I might be able to turn into an overlay. I can definitely just do what we're doing, like with the in the top right, or sorry, I guess it's top left corner now, which is another update I did. There should be the currently playing music. Yeah, it should still be up there. So you guys should be able to see that now in a little bit better of a spot. It's going to be in that spot for every scene. The I can follow that pattern and literally just display the text portion of Discord if I have absolutely had to. That is technically a thing that can be done. And that would give me a way to render text onto screen from condensed down from both chats. It wouldn't be pretty, but it would technically work. There are other solutions that I can think of that I might be able to come up with as well. But it would be nice to be able to do notifications going into our stream channel in Discord when we go live, and the condensed stream just so I have one spot I can chat, I can track chat. Um, that would be pretty useful. I can think of some other uses that I could build into that bot as well. That would help a lot, but we'll see. Uh, and again, this is probably something we might try and tackle that in the downtime between our game jams, but most likely this will be something we look at post January, when we start getting back into our development cycles for non-gaming stuff. So there's that. And then the other project I have that kind of merges those two is I want to build an interactive experience for you, the viewer. What I mean by that is through a combination of Discord, commands, possibly Discord commands. I'm not sure on that one, but that and Twitch commands, because if we build a Twitch bot that reads all chat, we can read chat. Therefore, we can view chat commands from Twitch and YouTube. It would be cool to be able to integrate that with the Discord bot logic into some sort of game for you guys that you guys can play while on stream. I think I might be getting sick. Anyways, I don't know what that game would look like, but we could create a panel that exists in the top right corner above my beautiful face when we're looking at the like coding screens and stuff like that. That would just run and keep our game going there. That would be an option. We could also build it directly into the Discord bot, which means you could play offline while in Discord. Although we would need to come up with some other way to handle the view side of it. But I think that would be an interesting way of handling engagement. And by interesting, I mean it'd be fun for me to build. You guys would get to be involved, so we could scope and plan it out and stuff like that. Um, I don't know how we could implement that, so that's something we'll have to think about as we go. I want it to be having a single viewport that everyone shares, but isn't just a bunch of people fighting each other on how to control a singular character entity. Is going to be hard to think about. Luckily, I'm good at mentally visualizing, conceptualizing things, but figuring out a fun and engaging way for those to interact is going to be the hardest part. Once we have a path to start spacing down, we can kind of start planning through things. But like I said, that's something we probably wouldn't even start touching on until February, March, maybe even later. But I think that would be a fun project. I'm blanking on any other updates that I might have had for today. So I think we just should dive into it. One other thing. I mentioned this. I've always had a monitor here. I just don't use it. But with the changes to Restream and stuff like that, I'm now monitoring chat through two chat boxes, and so I'm running out of places for windows. So I decided to go ahead and start using that monitor. I normally don't use it because it's a very large monitor. It is like it's the full length of my arm. It is a very large extra widescreen monitor. So if I'm sitting here, in order for me to see the left half of it, I gotta like turn for it. Whereas this side monitor, I can actually glance at. So the chat will be all the way right on that monitor, but when I'm looking over here, I'm looking at a large view of OBS, so I can make sure that you guys are seeing the correct things. I have my scenes popped out and make sure that the volume controls are going correctly. Speaking of which, I should make sure. Yeah, okay. All that stuff. So when you see me craning my neck to the left, that's my OBS. I keep on my vertical monitor over here. I keep the terminal and music, and the majority of this monitor is a Chrome tab, so that I can do my Google searches and stuff like that. So that's what my side monitors are set up for. So just don't mind me when I'm looking over here. I just have to look at myself from time to time. Okay, let me just. I just realized. Also, YouTube. I'm sorry if I miss chat on occasion from you guys, especially in the beginning of a stream. YouTube decided at some point in time it would be a brilliant idea to do what they call top chat versus live chat, and it is the default chat setting when you start a stream, and I have to manually change it every time. You will too. Top chat will hide chat messages. Um, I don't know what their algorithm is, why or how they hide them, but if I forget to toggle that little drop down, it might hide your message. And until I realize that I've forgotten to toggle that, there's not much I can do about it. When we get around to building that Discord bot, I should be able to bypass that and just get the full chat stream and then just essentially force it into live on my side. I can't do anything about your side. So yeah, if we're having a conversation and the chat that you think we're referring to is not showing up in chat for you, maybe make sure that you are on live chat and not on top chat. Okay, let's hop over to the desktop view. Everything should be going. You can see the music in the top left, camera in bottom right. I also did some resizing of the view of the camera a little bit. It looks like it undid it though, unfortunately, so I'm gonna have to redo that. Yeah, when I opened OBS, I did all this last night, and when I opened OBS this morning, my camera, the top left corner was in the same spot, but my camera's view was the size of the background screen you see here. So all you could see was the top leftmost corner of my divider. Uh, it When I closed things down last night, the shelf you see up here, I trimmed that out of the screen. I trimmed the divider over here out of the screen, and everything past like here-ish off the screen just to save a little bit of real estate. But it seems all of that got was undone as well when OBS decided to just nuke my settings, unfortunately. But okay, as I mentioned before, so let's kick things off today. As I mentioned before, we did make some changes um, to the game controller. So now this is spacebar, this is my A key, this is my F key, left click, right click, and then left click and hold, and then let go. So visibly works the same. It's just literally any key or mouse button going down will trigger our start cycle, and then any key or mouse button going up will end the cycle. I did change what I want to work on today. I think it is really important that we get a working web build for our itch page. So I think that's probably a good spot for us to start today. I just need to grab a tab. Nope, I don't need it from that browser. There we go. Also, I have multiple Google accounts. One for my business account, one for my personal account, multiple for my personal account. They all wire and link together, with with the exception of business and personal accounts. I keep those separate. And I started doing that a couple years ago when I started out my company. Technically, I started doing that when I started working full remote for Amazon. But I really leaned into it when I started my own company. And so you will, on occasion, see me pull a tab in, realize I pulled in personal versus work versus whatever, and then just drag it right back off, do something, and then bring it back, bring back a different tab. That's usually what's going on there. I try and keep easy references to both because depending on what I'm working on, like all my AWS stuff is in the business account, but my itch.io stuff is all on my personal account. So sometimes I have to remember which one I need for what. Okay, so it's been a minute since I've created one of these. I haven't created one of these in 10 months or so. Uh, so I think if I remember correctly, the way we get to the what I want is through James joined. Go go to my dashboard. Oh, this was the one. Where is the create new project? Right, staring me in the face. We're gonna call you the one button game dev. is a game. I'm going to put you as that. It is $0 or donate. Sure, we'll leave it as I never had once have I had someone actually donate on here. But since this option is still free to people, I don't see a reason not to do this. It adds like one click, and you never know. Alright, so we need to get our upload build going, and once we do that, we'll be able to see a lot of this stuff. Okay. I am curious what all they consider. Artificial intelligence systems that create new content, text, image, and music by learning from large data sets. This includes large language models like ChatGPT, image generation models like DALL-E, Midjourney, Stable Diffusion. They create new outputs based on training data. We ask that you accurately tag your product contains materials produced by generative AI by utilizing the AI disclosure section in your project's edit page. Projects using self-contained algorithms without external large datasets don't require the use of generative AI tags. For example, traditional game AI like NPC pathfinding, enemy behavior patterns, procedural level generation, fuzzy logic systems, and dynamic difficulty adjustments, dynamic music, etc., are not considered generative AI and don't need tagging. You have time to review, updates page accordingly, but we are strictly enforcing disclosure of all game assets due to legal ambiguity and around rights associated with generative AI content, failure to tag your blah blah blah. This is a weird one. I say this is a weird one because it's cut and dry when we look at using like DALL-E or Midjourney to create images or music or insert asset here. And so that's all what we know and love as generative AI. When you use something like ChatGPT or some other AI to like dump out a prototype, that counts. That is clearly generative AI in the coding sense. But technically, we use AI, and I say technically here because this feature. Let me go here. I can do this. If let's say I want to document this, or I'm in the middle of typing my code or something like this is the same AI, very much toned and stripped down on what it has access to, that would run to generate an entire program for me. So is AI autocomplete? Do they count that under generative AI disclosures? It's not in their example list. I mean, it is technically creating new text, but in 99% of cases, it's just saving me keystrokes. It's a more advanced in editor version of Code Complete, which we've had forever, which just like you press period and we can actually get that. So let's say this case SDL underscore. This is Code Complete. It's just reading. the object strings on it. Difference being is I can do this. This is using generative AI to take the code complete options and just suggest one, what it thinks that I want to do next. But as soon as I start typing, this drop down is code complete. And so I I don't go through and just blindly accept things from AI. So is using autocomplete, my in-editor autocomplete, is that now something that should flag a game as generative AI? Like I understand why they would want a system like this, but they need clear boundaries because just a blanket statement of any usage of AI at all, you need to flag it as use of generative AI. That's like saying anytime you like, for example, not that this is a bad thing, but if you were to say use, actually no, a perfect example of this, based on this, when Arc Raiders released, they would have to flag their product as using generative AI because they used AI learned on their own data sets for voice under contract for with voice actors that they paid. So they checked every possible box to use AI in a way, as far as we know, to use AI in a way that is kosher, you know. Yet they would have to flag their product under this quantification. Obviously, they're using generative AI to generate things. That's a little more like they are generating content. See, here's the thing: is that I don't consider the code to run a game content. You know what I mean? When I see content, that is your assets, music, images, even I would even go so far as to say things like your dialogue in your game, I consider content. But the code, that's like infrastructure. Don't get me wrong, as a coder, where people are constantly trying to use AI instead of hiring a proper developer to cut corners and stuff. I fully agree, just like in all the other industries where using AI to cut people's jobs out, don't do it. And so I understand the thought process behind this, but as a developer, that is my full-time job, that is what I do, this is what I have been doing for the last decade plus. I should be allowed to use AI tools to augment and modify how I write code, you know? Or not if I choose I don't want to. I feel like the same should go for designers and stuff like that. If you are a designer and you want to use AI tools like AI image, perfect example of this actually. Photoshop has built-in AI tools. So you can go under this quantification, you can go open Photoshop, create your own custom artwork. But if you click their AI image sharpening tool, you now have to tick the box saying you built this with generative AI. That seems like a bit of an oversight. I don't know. I'm not going to tick it. I'm not creating any what I consider content. So, we better leave it blank. I don't know. I don't know how they use these nouns. We are going to be going down the path of 2D. Simulation. Is this where we have roguelike? Yep. Da. We have the opposite of story rich or narrative. Let's do minimalist. All right, let's see our default viewport. Is it under game manager? No, game state. Yeah, 640 by 360. We might need to tweak that aspect ratio. We are on a modern aspect ratio of 1920 by 1080. No, times 360. Yeah. So this will maintain the same aspect ratio that we would expect on a standard 1080p. That's not what I'm running. I'm not running a standard 1080p, by the way. This is an ultra wide. So I think we just stick with this 640 by 360. Oh, hell, it's the default even. Okay, it's looking good. So we should be able to save and view page. So that saved everything. Now we can focus on getting our upload up and running. So we're going to do the tab shuffle. SDL3 build for web GPU. Okay, it looks like we can handle this through Scriptum. So that's probably what we want to do. I'm going to keep this tab open over here. But to start things off, we need terminal. Okay, we need to grab the EM SDK. Let me hit the scripting. Getting started. Okay. I don't think we installed it already, did we? I didn't think so. We do need to download and install. I think we can get it through. Actually, let's just try vcpkg. In theory, we should be able to get it through here. Actually, I think we are going to need this. I want to add music, so we will need that at some point in. No. EMSDK. Let's see if it works. That's unfortunate. Make sure we have Python. We definitely have CMake installed. We definitely have Git installed. We need to add a submodule. Git add submodule. Find the repository link. There we go. We should now have I don't see an EM SDK in here. Let me refresh. Hey, there we go. EM SDK. All right. Is it empty? It is not empty. Okay, we got everything. Perfect. So, EM SDK install latest. EM SDK activate latest. And then EM SDK. Nope. 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 Source dot slash EM SDK env dot sh. It sets our path variables. I probably shouldn't have done this since this is technically registering it globally, but Let's make sure everything is linked up for Linux. We got all those. Verify the install. Okay, we got some. Oop, I didn't mean to close that. So we've got it installed now. Uh, Interesting. It replaces your compiler. Interesting. It's a custom C++ compiler. That's crazy. Okay, I'm just reading through the docs on EM scripting. I feel like I need to sneeze, so if I'm randomly muting myself, that's because I feel it coming on, and then it deciding we're on camera, we don't need to sneeze. I'm just glancing through the documentation on this. Most of this isn't going to be particularly relevant to us, thankfully. I do need to find. I think we're just going to go with the AI generated snapshot of this and just see if changing the minimal amount here will work. Okay, so we need to go in and edit our makefile. I think that's where we house this. Yeah. Toolchain goes to toolchain, which is VCPKG CMake. That worries me that we might not be able to utilize VCPKG. need to know what the options are for this install for Inscriptum. All right, we can't install through that. We need to. It is WASM. Okay, so we need WASM 32 dash. I misunderstood this. Huh. So apparently it's not a global thing. We need to go through and add a quantifier to all of our installation flags. BCPKG install. Yeah, I didn't think so. Let's find an actual tutorial. I think AI is hallucinating on this one. So you set the triplet to WASM, then set the target, the host and target. Include the toolchain file through the make list. So we need to change our triplet and source this. So we're going to have the same problem, but this should be a good start for us. There's that. Then we need our make file. Nope. CMake. Here we go. All right. So we needed to add. We need to set the triplet, set the target. So let's make sure that's not in our make file. It is. We are directly passing it in. So target triplet. Do we have a host triplet? No. Maybe we can get away with just this one. So this gives us our target triplet. Honestly, this is the only change I think we're missing. It's referencing a host triplet as well, um, but that's not something we've used anywhere to date in anything. So that might be just being implied through something else. I'm not sure. Or maybe this is an old post, so it could just be no longer a thing that's done. I'm willing to bet this is going to fail, but we should at least try. I don't. That didn't change anything, which tells me we probably didn't get a build structure. Is it in here? I'm pretty sure it's this and then the triplet, and then you go to like source or something. That's G tests only. Include. Yeah, include. So VC PKG installed. Triplet name include. So until we get the WASM triplet added over here, we haven't figured it out just yet. We also didn't try running a build off this make clean. Make build debug. I think part of this Nadine. I was moving my mouse over on the side monitor, scrolling through some of this documentation, and one of the cats is sitting on my desk, just following it. And she just tried to. Yep, yep. There she goes again. She's jumping up on my monitor, chasing the mouse now like a pointer. Okay, girl, you're gonna have to get down. I'm sorry. Okay, so we have we have a situation where we need the Wayland is our problem, which means SDL3 might have a specific SDL3 GPU. No, SDL3 GPU driver options. Wayland is one of the GPU driver settings, if I remember correctly. What is Wayland? It's the Windows system. SDL3 window system options. What if we just remove Wayland and let it figure it out? It does mean we are going to we do need to check and see what GPU drivers they offer. If we go to, I think we might have an option for that as well. That would save us a little bit of effort. It's in our main. SDL hint. SDL set hint. SDL hint GPU driver. GPU is an interesting one, but according to the documentation, this should auto select the best GPU driver option available. Which means we probably don't want to do this. Oh, oh, I did want that, but I didn't want to trigger it through the thing. Interesting. All right, this is where I failed. Install failed. See our manifest. Okay, let's update. Oh, wow. Hopefully just doing 4.2 here will be I get the feeling this is in one of the dependencies. literally deprecation warning, not a like you know removal or anything, just that it was deprecated. Yeah, it's the same way. What if we just do 3.10.0? No, it was 3.9. I don't understand why our minimum version isn't being respected here. See, make minimum required. Compatibility with less than 3.10 will be removed from future version of CMake. Update the version argument min value. If we just set this to 3.10.0 as the minimum, if this works, it should just force everything to be a higher version. Actually, I want to. Let's keep that open. Also, let's keep open vcpkg.json. Does this have a version? This is the version for our application. Make clear. No, clean. Make build debug. It's just completely ignoring our CMake min version. emcc-v. Oh, bash rc, right? Less bash rc. So where's our path variable? I might just have to use grep on this. definitely not seeing a path in here anymore or a new export. Same for that. So when we ran the command for setting up em++, this was the thing we had working at one point, right? We had this working at one point. What was the last line? It was install. Then we did. Nope. Where's our instructions at? Here we go. Source in the current terminal. That's stupid. All right, so we need to. Um, can I just code on tilde/dot bash rc? Will that open in here? It will. Perfect. I don't need to add it here actually. Let's do it this way. What's the Linux path divider separator? That's the word I'm looking for. Is it colon? I'm pretty sure it's colon. Pretty sure that's exactly what this is. We'll try it. It was emcc. Where is no emsdk underscore env.sh. Let's also add emsdk. I think this is actually what we need. emcc-read. let's do it this way. All right, so we've got. Ooh, that's part of the problem, I think. Uh, no, that's fine. We want the local version of it. So we want this and this. That. There we go. Make build clean. Make clean. Make build debug. Alright, that's not where we set the compiler. Make lists. Do we need to change our languages when we're switching this over? our problem is coming down to language. Sure, we'll use that. I think these become an issue for us. Hmm. I don't think we need this because I think that's being handled in our other stuff. It's not. I should clean this first. Yeah, we've yet to set this anywhere on any of our files, so I wonder why it's suddenly needed now. explain that one to me. Set compiler error compiler not set. If we go to here, are we overriding that somewhere? Triplet. Tool chaining it maybe? No. Literally all that would change in here is this triplet. EMCC-V. It's in the path. So I don't understand why this would be an error. Here. Alright, let's go to here. I was wanting to avoid it doing it this way, but I think we might have to. Code that. We remove this. We delete this. Sorry, it's the full name. We want this one. Can we do both? Sure. I'd like to use latest, if that's an option. So I'm just installing our compiler globally through the package manager. I was trying to avoid this because it is an unofficial package, which means I can't guarantee they'll actually update within reasonable times or anything like that. It also means that I'm going to have to redo this on every environment I want to build this on through whatever makes sense for them. But now emcc-v, of course not, emc++-v. It's things that drive me crazy. Let me just double check that it actually installed. Okay, it did actually install. Let me check the docs. It doesn't say what, if anything, I need to link to to get it added to the path, which I mean, I shouldn't have to. Can I open a, oh, right, bash. Okay, so I need to add this. You. Hey. Okay, we now have it on our path. Make clean and build debug. We can now detect our compiler. I don't know if this line is still needed. If it doesn't air out, we might just leave it though. Give me just a moment. I need to get some more coffee and just stretch my legs real quick. So we'll reconvene in a minute or two, which should be done by then. Okay, we're back. Cannot find a configuration file for package SDL3 image that has a compatible that is compatible with requested version blank. uh, okay, so I think we can set a. Nope, not here. It was SDL3 image 3.2.4. Versioning. One second. Oh. Sorry about that. I heard a thump outside my window. I had to check what it was. It's just them delivering mail. Okay, so it looks like we can add a baseline. Transitive error users use a sufficient version even in the face of individual version overrides or cross-registry references. It's this built-in baseline that I'm not understanding the purpose of. That's okay. Um, Apparently, their system doesn't work without flagging the commit that you are on. So let me just grab the latest. No, let me 4B. Nope, I want the full commit. Let me just grab the latest commit on that they did an update on the version. I need the full commit. Actually, I guess I can just grab the latest commit on the entire repo. Commits. How old is the latest commit? December 18th, 2025. Maybe we don't use the latest commit. I don't know. Do they have any version tags? All these are dates of releases. There was a release 6 days ago. Let's use the one before that. 2025 10/17. Grab this. Grab the full commit hash. We dump that in here. progress, this is a good sign for us. I'm a little worried about where we use SDL3 with the Vulkan feature set. Um, we might need to change the list of features on that one. I want to say that off the top of my head that SDL3 itself does not directly support WebGL or anything along those lines, like the WebGPU or anything. I want to say that it's all through their OpenGL support, which means we're probably going to have to add an explicit feature request for the OpenGL drivers and then change our code to reference that, or we're likely going to have an issue. But we have it set to auto, so that should at least handle the swapping. Okay. Has a compatible requested version blank. Just set a locked version. I don't know what the latest is, but I'm going to assume these are all in alignment. I don't know if that holds true for C++, but this is extremely common to see with packages built of this style in JavaScript stuff, where like all of them are locked to the same version release cycle. You can't set a specific version. You have to do the greater than or equal to. Wow. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. Let's try this. They skipped 3.2.0. Interesting. Could not find a configuration file for package that is compatible with. I don't. Let's see. Hang on, let me just finish. The version found is not compatible with the version requested. I wonder in here, SDL3 underscore image 3.2. Maybe that's our problem. I Can I do greater than or equal to? Invalid argument, of course. I don't want to lock it to a specific version. Like I don't want to add .4 because I can't lock versions in here. So this is 3.2.2. So if I do 3.3, no, 2.3, and we do this one to 4, and then lock this like so, and then do this one to 4, and lock it like so, and then we can set this to 3.2.4.4 and .2. Less than doesn't exist. We can't do less than, and we can't do a static version number. So we have to do it like this, which means that as soon as we do the next build version, it's going to break. See if it'll even let us get through. Three point two point four is not compatible with 3.2.4. Is it this? What is image is the one it's complaining about. Okay. In here, under WASM, in lib, no, it was include, I believe. Image. No, we need the build of the source. Maybe it was lib. No. Oh no, right. The build files are under here. For our packages on SDL3, share. I just realized that worked. That did work. Oh, because it started flagging as an invalid argument. That's why. That's why the error went away for it. Uh, well, let's run this and see. Share SDL3 image config. Okay, SDL3. We're just gonna call you config. 3.2.24. So that's going to be our first change. VC. Right. I don't want to lose this reference. VC VKG 24. Version 3.2.4. So SDL3 image is being set correctly. Like this is the version we are expressly looking for. It shouldn't. WASM 32. Is this? No. I don't see why it would be causing any sort of issues there. Oh, right. This one's the version one. I need to stand up. Hey, buddy. Hi. Alright, let's do this. What are we adding? Scripting to RT. I have the dependent references so we can address the problem. Let's see what AI has to say. You set compiler after project. So CMake initialize. Got it. So I need to set my this is not my file. I need to set my wait. Oh, this is current. Minimum. I want to upgrade this too at some point, but we need to move our compiler set, which means we probably want to move all of these above our project definition, to be honest. Did literally nothing. Let me see if a clean will help. We got further. Okay, so that also means we should no longer require this, which solves our static versioning problem. We should also no longer need these. Oh, right, that's the only one that's using them, which means we no longer need this. Make build debug. We aren't running any unit tests in this, and we are making a game jam, so I'm not concerned about keeping unit tests in here. So we're just gonna do this real quick. Make lists, not make tests. Tests. good. I want to see what our build directory looks like now. WebAssembly. We are not getting any HTML or CSS files, or sorry, JavaScript files though. So now when you figure out script and build to web, build sequences to web with HTML JavaScript files. It looks like we need to be updating, we need to make some updates to our make file. Here we go. So if we add, this is gonna get a little weird for us. Um, we want to introduce a few different things here. The first one is gonna be, let's duplicate this. We're gonna remove this. When we use, the only thing we had to change was triplet. Unfortunately, we use triplet in multiple locations. So let's replace this reference with this. So everywhere we reference triplet here, we're going to do that. And then this is going to be build web. And then we need to, instead of just adding the build flag, we need -o index.html -s wasm equal to 1. Now we can reset this back to that, and we should be able to run a make clean, make build, debug. It takes a second to go through and ensure the build and reference links are updated, unfortunately. But once we get this up and running, we're not going to be going back and forth on this very often. we need to set the compiler. Da, 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 make file define compiler. We are reusing all of this, so this was our new flag being set. So we want to move this into here. And so we're going to add a flag. We want that flag to be CMake. It's -d CMake CXX compiler. Yep, this. And then we take this, and we copy it, and we move it down here. And we do that, and then we change it from, also we don't need quotes around this. We want G++. Now, if we run this, I don't know if this is going to work, by the way. F5. This is running in Wayland, so this is our local. I want to make a change real quick while I'm thinking about it. Let's hop into the code for this. So it was in our game manager. We're handling our events. The first thing I need to check here is on key down, SDL log. It does spam. Okay. If your key down is less than or equal to 0, we set the value. Else if key held duration, which is this. So if it's less than or equal to 0, we go ahead and bypass this whole section. If the hold duration is greater than the threshold, then we're going to go ahead and trigger the long press. That way, if we hold it down, it'll hit long press when it's done. And then we also want to, because we triggered the long press, we also want to reset that. No, we don't want to reset that. We do need to define a key action taken or something like that. The goal here is that when you short press, so you tap it, it cycles. If you hold, it performs a long press after holding for whatever we set our threshold duration to. Which, by the way, I think I want to increase this to 1 second. Um, so if you hold it for 1 second, it should trigger the long press. That all works. The problem is that after 1 second, let's say our 1 second here, it's just going to spam trigger the select. We don't want that. We want it to stop allowing selection cases after that. And so how do we determine when it's being held? Is there a hold event? Case, SDL, event, hold, key repeat. Yeah, it's not relevant. Of course, it's hallucinating something. Uh, if we reset in here, that'll keep it from spamming. But that also means it goes through the start cycle. 1 second later, it hits this case, and then it resets to 0, and then it immediately ticks into this case, which means that instead of spamming long press, it would long press then short press immediately after. So we need a case where if this equals to 0, we start. If it hits the threshold, we long press, and then we set key hold start equal to -1. Which also means that we have an if key hold start is less than 0. For now, do nothing. So if it's less than 0, we're in our -1 state, which we start off. What is our default? Our default is 0, so we don't default into the negative. So if we're in this state, we're in our weird middle ground state. If it's 0, we set it to ticks, which means next iteration it won't be either of these. We're then looking for our repeat case until it hits the threshold, or at which point it would set it into our intermediary case. So this is our -1, so this is the oddball out kind of case. And so, but it would have performed this press action. Then it's in a, as long as you're holding it down, it's going to constantly be in this case because there's no way to get out. When you let off, it's going to check and see if the held duration is greater than the hold threshold. This is determined by now +1, because it's going to be minus -1, because again, and this is milliseconds, so 1 millisecond difference between, oh right, held duration greater than, this is actually going to be a large number. So I think we need a short circuit here. If key hold start is less than 0, do nothing. Else if, let's do less than or equal to 0. Because in the case where it's equal to 0, that means we somehow completely skipped this. Because this, if it's equal to 0, it should have triggered this. There's no other way to get to 0 aside from this. So it would have had two key release events back to back, which something's wrong there. So if we're somehow getting into that event, we just handle it into this. So if it's less than or equal to 0, we do nothing. If it's a valid value, so a positive integer, then, and we know it's an integer, we check to see if it's greater than our threshold. Because if it's a positive integer, that means that it was assigned ticks. So this is milliseconds. And so we can compare it to, we can use the hold duration, which is now minus when it was triggered, which will always be a positive number. If it was long enough on key up, we hit this. Technically, this should never be hit. The reason this should never be hit is because this should have activated first. But this does give us that edge case where they held it and we had a hiccup in ticks, or our tick rate is, you know, 5 milliseconds. And in that 5 millisecond window, that just happened to be when they let off the key. You know what I mean? And so this gives us that little bit of wiggle room that if the tick cycle between this iteration and this iteration loop happened to cross this threshold, it'll long press instead of short press. So it's an edge case, but I think I prefer it this way. Okay, and then otherwise it's a short press, and then no matter what, you let off the key, so we reset back to 0, so that your next key press will end up in this case. Which means now, if we run this, and you go fiddle around with pointers, tap, tap. Okay, I'm gonna hold it now. Okay, it closed out before I let off the spacebar, which means our use case is working. We still need to test this, but we don't have a second screen, so we'll have to come back to that. That cleaned up the logic a little bit. Should improve it slightly. We now want to test this build. So if we make clean and make build web, dash O is not a valid parameter. So let's remove that. Go figure. AI is hallucinating again. I'm willing to bet this is the other flag that AI told me was a thing. Yep. Which means I think we're going to have the same no HTML file build problem. This is another thing that was generated or recommended by AI, so I'm willing to bet this is probably going to have an error as well, or do literally nothing. I think for these flags, I think this is just setting a variable in our CMake file, and so I don't think this will actually throw an error. All right, we have a build. If we go to our build, we have WebAssembly. We still don't have HTML file though. So em dash dash help. Yep, let's pull up the official documentation because AI is just hallucinating shit left and right, which is completely worthless to us. Okay. So just providing it a C file should provide an out.js and a WASM file. Unfortunately, we're not getting the out.js. We're getting no. We got WebAssembly. That's it. Apparently, this exists. Okay. I think maybe this is tied to the fact that we're passing it through CMake. CMake how to pass compiler flags. We are not passing flags in anywhere. So if we were to dcmake underscore cxx flags, we should in theory be able to pass dash o slash or space, sorry, um, index.html. I don't want all of these flags. I barely want any of these flags. Dash s. No, we don't need the rest. Let's just try that. Okay. Let's refresh this to make sure it got everything. We still don't have an index.html. Should be placing everything in here. Are we setting a output in here anywhere? Oh, what about in here? Out. Oh. CMake m script in build HTML file. Let's see if we can find executable suffix .html. Maybe this needs a You tell me this is a HTML file? It's definitely not. This is a JavaScript file. Okay. This should, technically this is all we need to do it, according to AI. So I'm seeing if maybe adding quotes around it will fix our problem. Didn't change anything. This is a JavaScript file though, which means technically uh one button. Window is not defined. Okay. We're running it headless, which is a problem. So we do need a HTML wrapper. I think our problem is that this is not being passed along correctly. So we should be able to set like so. This is going to be a problem when we try and incorporate the multi-build stuff, but it'll tell us if this not getting passed correctly is our problem or not. Also, I don't know if we should be using quotes here. Didn't make a difference here, so let's try it without our quotes. Move this over here. Executable suffix. It does use quotes in their reference. Okay, that's interesting. So let's do that, and then do that, and then EMC make build web. Valid option D. essential for cross-compiling to WebAssembly. CMake toolchain file. We set this. We are apparently supposed to use, I don't even remember what state this is in. Em CMake, CMake. Change directory build. Em CMake, CMake, dot dot. Could not find a package configuration file provided by SDL3 with any of the following names. So it's having problems with the VC PKG. CMake executable suffix. So this flag right here should be enough. Can you try removing the link options? Options. Yeah, I didn't think I had options there. Options. Toolchain file. You need to set the executable suffix after you define your project. Because build tools, I don't know. So if I take what I did in here, interesting. I can't click or select or do anything. Oh, PS list. No, PS all. There we go. Well, I don't know why we have so many shells running. There should be one other one. I gotta open over here. So if I exit out of that, close a chunk of them. So I'm guessing it spun all of these up. tied to this to one terminal. Weird. Okay, so code. No, one button. Code. It's letting me select things now. Okay, perfect. So what we want to do real quick is I want to change the make file so that this gets set in here after that. So set. Oh, that's not what I want. Terminal. Make build web. Hey, we have an HTML file now. That is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Okay, so we have a way to handle toggling things already. String equals debug. Okay. Um, if CMake build type equals web. Set, nope. If build type equals web, we want to run this. So now we should be able to make clean and build web. Refresh. We got our WebAssembly. Ooh, we did not get that. It might help if we want to remove that. The build type needs to be changed to web. Let's try it again. Refresh and HTML, JavaScript. Okay, let me simple HTTP server. That is literally HTTP dash server. We don't need that. We should be able to just do Chrome, Google Chrome stable on, oh, first change directory to build Chrome. So that's it. On one button.html. Give me a second. order for this to work, you have to reload the active tab. It triggers active for tab. It's reloading my tab on the right, even though I'm actively in this tab over here. So our problem is a course problem. I don't want to have to do this, but I'm gonna have to just install. Oh, that'll work. A Python 3 dash M. No, change directory. One button. Build. Python 3 dash M HTTP dot server port 8000. Okay. It's unable to reference our textures now, which isn't a huge surprise because our assets are in a higher directory, um, which is going to be an issue for our web server, of course. The way I would handle this in if I was building a web application is I would actually tie this into the build process to change the asset locations or have them build into my package or something like that. Okay, I'm going to leave this running in a terminal window over here. Let me grab that, move that out of the way. The There's a couple ways I could do a fix for this, but I don't like any of them that come to mind immediately. I just need to let's just focus on getting references up and running, which means I need to just Python make server, boom. This is now going to be build slash. It's using static directory references, not relative. Give me just a moment. My fiance just got here and looks like she needs some help. So 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, so that means that we're having a bit of a conflict issue. Or sorry, a mapping issue. The I want to fix this right, but in order to do that, I'm going to have to make some code changes that are likely to break a bunch of other things. Couldn't open file. Boom. Did it wish it would tell me what this resolved to. Like, I understand this, and this is the problem here. So let me find where I reference assets. So what's going on here is that when we build for desktop, it's contextually within the build folder. When we build for web, it's contextually within whatever folder we run the web server in. And it's setting that as the root. And then it tries to go one folder above the root. But on a web server, it can't leave the bounds of the web server. So we need this to be all of these problems would be fixed if this is just that. And we just move the assets into our folder. So if we change this here as well, and then I'm gonna need to figure out a better way to do this. But if we take this folder, copy, paste, and then restart our web server just to be safe because we added a new folder structure. And then find what I did with my tab. Here it is. We should now have one button.html. Oh, whoops. Let me restart this. Change directory build. Now restart. I need to run build first. That. Change directory. Dot dot. All right. Make build web. Hopefully it doesn't delete the assets folder we just added in here. I'm going to have to migrate a clone of the assets folder or create a symlink or something within our build directory. Uh, assets are still here. Let me just refresh just to be safe. Okay, it's still there. As long as we don't clean it, it's still there. Let me restart our HTTP server. Four not found. File not found. For assets menu button texture. Build assets menu button texture.png. Assets menu button texture.png. Hmm. Interesting. reference is correct. Let me do this. um, mscript and cannot open PNG files. What? Run C++ code in a sandbox environment with a virtual file system. Okay. Preload file is the solution to it, but that means I need to add file system asynchronous. If your code is loading asynchronously before it was finished downloading, it will fail. Solution: use the runtime hooks. Wrap your main application logic within runtime initialized and generating HTML JavaScript, or use the asyncify flag. So this is telling me we can't reach it at all. Not that it's like the file system is throwing an error saying file doesn't exist, not the code throwing an error saying it hasn't been like, when it was needed it wasn't there. So that means we most likely need to include this flag. We're going to just assets slash menu button texture.png. Mscript and dynamic PNG file preloading. See if I can find a reference for doing this and just get the entire folder. Mscript and how to make folder available within VFS. is once again telling me to use the preload file flag that is not being recognized. We can't do it through flags here. It needs to be through flags here. We also know compiler flags. We also know this one isn't working because we're not getting an index.html, but we do know the other one was working. So let's try preload file. Maybe this will get us the whole assets directory under an alias name. The assets directory under an alias name / assets. Unknown argument preload file. There's an alternative option. It doesn't work quite the same. Let's see if embed file. Also an unrecognized flag. So it looks like there's another option for us. If we pop into here, we can go. Here we go, target link libraries. So if we go into our web, target link options for target name. I'm guessing our target name here would be assets, private, and then we can pass in preload file assets at /assets. I'm not sure about this. I don't know what it's expecting there. This should work though. If this does what I think it does, I think this is supposed to be our project name as our target. But this should pass the flag that we need, supposedly. That's not going to work. Cannot specify link options for target one button, which is not built by this project. Is that because I need it after this line? Did I not remove? further. Ah, almost. Assets does not exist. It's because it's happening in the build directory. EM scriptin preload preload file syntax. I need to know which side of this does what. I'm pretty sure this is the where we get it from, and this is what we alias it to, but I need to know. Source path at target path. I might need to do that. Success. Let's restart the HTTP server. Great. Okay. Since we were going to clean it, deleted this folder. Even though the terminal was still in a similar named folder, it was Python was bottoming out for some weird reason. Okay. We should have a window open already. Okay, it works. We still need to figure out how to get rid of the scaffolding stuff. So script and get rid of scaffolding HTML. This is a recommended approach if you still want Inscription to generate an HTML file, but with your own minimal structure. Create a minimal HTML file template. Compile your C using the shell file option. I just love that we're now somehow adding front-end architecture stuff into a C project. It's just everywhere. You just can't get rid of it. Uh, we'll call it shell.html. You can call you one button GameDev. All right, and then in our build file, we should be able to set a target utilizing that. So dash dash shell file, and it's going to be, what do we call it? Shell? It's just called shell, right? Shell.html. If we try and make clean build, Right. This is within the build folder, so it needs to be dot dot slash. That's not the. Did we close it? Uh, so we need to figure out what in their template is being utilized to inject. I'm willing to bet there's an element in there that we're missing. So let's remove this, save, rebuild. Okay, and we are going to reload this. All right, let's inspect, and we have. I'm gonna go on a limb and say this is probably what we're looking for. If we then I'm willing, this should be documented somewhere. If I can just find where I was looking at things before. In scripting, get rid of scaffolding HTML. Let's pop this window over here. It should be documented somewhere what it needs to spin up, you know what I mean? Here's the minimal example that you can use. Yeah, you need a canvas with an ID of canvas. You have to store it into a module variable and then initiate your script. So this chunk of code here has to be injected. we create the canvas with an ID of canvas, and then we add a script that just creates the global variable referencing our canvas. That should do it. By the way, this original file was AI. It doesn't understand anything. uh, okay. You should use 0 for the frame rate in inscription set main loop in order to use request animation frame, as that can greatly improve your frame rates. I want to understand the error. I want documentation. M script and set main loop. Set main loop. And we'll come back to that. That error's not going anywhere. We rebuilt this. Why is it using the old one? Is it cached? I bet it's cached. Just restarting the Python server. No. Did I remove the line that referenced our shell? I did. Okay. This is important for us because that's essentially the state we need in. So if we go to here, I don't understand how the reference is set up, which means this might be a problem for us, but instead of using preload, we can use embed, if I remember correctly, based on everything we've been looking through. If we do that, the build asset output should change in a way that we can bundle it for our web build in itch.io. that's working. So now if we Linux command to zip folder. Actually, can I just open the compress zip? That works. Let's see if we can upload a file. We should be able to go to storage, projects, build.zip. This is a you have a zip or HTML file that will be played in the browser. This file will be played in the browser. There we go. That should do it. Let's find out. Save. Okay, it's a view page. We gotta rename it to index.html. Rename index.html. We're going to delete our old build file, grab build, and nope, that's not what I meant to click. Build, compress, zip. We need to delete. Yes, delete. Upload. Build. Play in the browser. Save. View. Progress. We have some bordering issues that we need to solve. But it works. Also, I imagine this is going to be, yep. So we should probably enable some of these flags. I believe there's flags for full screen. I thought there was a flag for quit. Ooh, we don't want that. Edit game. Nope, that's not what we want. View page. Edit view page. Edit theme. It's not what I'm looking for. So we need to. Oh, right. Anything for a second. I also need a stretch. Okay. So our quit button's just not going to do anything, I think, is what we're going to end up with, because we need it outside of the web context. So I think we just leave it. We do still need to fix this, though. So where are you coming from? Yeah, that's what we need. Fop in here, hit our shell. Oh, let's do it right. Do, you want up, little kitty? You want up? You want to come say hi? Hey, little baby. This is the baby. This is the youngest cat we have right now. We'll have had her for a year in late February, mid-February, late February, somewhere around there. And we were guessing she's around 6 months, 5 months, 6 months old when we got her. She's a little torty. She's also a bit of a chubby baby. Alright. This should solve that problem. We do still need to solve the renaming issue that's going on. Let's see if we can find a way to inline that. I wonder if we go into this. I think we set the name. Is that not? Are we just referencing it through build name, project name? Yep. Executable. Project name, project sources. So if we just call this index, does that cannot specify include directories for target one button, which is not built by this project. Okay, so we would need to update every location if we do it that way. Is this what I'm thinking of it should be then? Index. Refresh, open our build. Nope. Still one button everywhere. Eh, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. We can just rename the one HTML file. Alright, so I don't know where this folder came from. Let's delete that. We don't no longer need that. Zip file. Let's get rid of this cache. I think this is tied to the one of those flags that we added to test something out. Alright, that's cleaned up a little bit. Pop back open our design. We can now build web assets. We did do a minimal creation of a page and we uploaded a build. Tutorials. Tutorials. We still need to do that at some point in time. Our goal now is to start finishing up our prototype. In order to do that, make clean, make build, debug, and one button. Make sure we can get our initial build going, local, and launch still. That's a bit of an issue for us, so we'll come back to that here in a second. Closing out. Alright. Error loading textures. Failed to load texture. We added a linking file. Projects one button, build assets. Right. We now link /assets to /assets, which means in our code, when we pull in things, is it Game Manager? No, it's the source version, and it's Texture Manager. We should be able to do this again. Oh, right, one of those for fonts. Yep. We have to make sure both build styles work. And so make clean build web. -m HTTP server 8000 on build. Python 3 -m HTTP server 8000 build. But then if I pull this out, Python 3 -m HTTP server 8000 build. This is literally the command we ran. No module named HTTP server. Where did my HTTP server go? Linux HTTP server. Is it HTTP dot server? Ah, there we go. Okay, well, I'm going to need to change directory into build. All right, everything's working. Okay, and then we can make clean. Build and run. Make build, debug, and run one button. Oh, great. We literally just go back and forth. Test one and it fails. Test the other, succeeds. Or sorry, test one, it succeeds. Test the other, it succeeds. Go back to the original one and it fails. What now? Make make clean. We tried cleaning inside of the directory, which wouldn't have done anything. All right, perfect. We are back to where we started now, but we have the game functional and running in web. We need to start adding in our scenes. So in order to do this, we need to pop open our scene manager. We need to add in scene manager.h. We're going to need to add in some scene component options. We've got a for now, we're just going to do game background. Let's do a game HUD, and then we'll do what? We need to, so we have this broken down so the components can be referenced. So we have cards. That's essentially what we're doing now. And the cards are going to have different types based on when and where they should show. So we need to pull up our mirror note so we can get our reference back for what we're building. Game flow. Oh, this was it. All right. We are about to start new game transition into run modifiers. So we need to establish the cards that will determine our run state, our like high level persists through the entire run. So that's what we're doing. So we'll call them cards underscore. Let's call them game modifiers. We're also going to need a cards underscore. I think we condense. No, we've got a design. There is a reason we have this separated. This is our run modifiers, which we are now renaming to game modifiers. We had separation between cycle modifiers and setup, which is our labeled over here in requirements gathering, because we wanted cycle modifiers to be a time-based thing. So we're going to have monthly and randomized cycles. So we're going to have static, no, cards, cycle, we'll call them events. Let's call them events static. I don't like the word static here, regular. And then events. We can do this as events RNG, cards events timed, cards events so we got game modifiers, random events, timed events, which covers both types of cycle modifiers for the timed cycles. And then we have product cycle. So we have events. Let's do cards game modifiers. I guess we just call it cycle modifiers. And then we have cards cycle end. Going back to here. Cycle modifiers, we would have cycle modifiers would be requirements. Cycle end would be conclusion. We don't do a card selection here. So we need to come back to that. There's no card selection here. We do need cards cycle. Do we just want to call them events? Cycle events? That's your progression, your regular. It's this. What's AI have to say? What are there some other options? It also thinks events. Technically, card cycle timed would be the most accurate and follow the pattern. We got, cards, game cycle, whatever, modifiers, cards, RNG, and cards timed already. So if we do card cycle timed, that would fit the above. the aforementioned pattern, because this is daily. I kind of like using day. Nope. Yeah, let's use day. And then we've still got to handle the cycle end and game end states. So let's do game end summary. And we have cycle end summary. Let's remove the end portion. Cycle summary, game summary. These are summary. The elements to create are summary pages. In cycle summary, we intended on doing details about the product completion, details about payout, the ability to unlock things, and our leveling system. Let's strip out the leveling system and let's introduce the unlock, which is going to be a cards cycle end. This is the cards for a cycle end, which is going to be our unlock. All of these that start with cards are going to be, when they get added over here, the entire structure are going to be card entities. This is just lists of card entities, and these are what our selection stuff is going to iterate on. Menu buttons is what we're iterating on selection wise elsewhere. And for intermediary pages like game summary, we'll just have no cycling. A click of any button, so short or long press, will trigger next screen. Okay. So now we have main menu, settings menu, new game, new cycle, day cycle, night cycle, end game as the scenes. That's fine. That's fine. New game will render. Let's just start creating these. So main menu, these are components. Main menu scene includes our background with buttons over it. If we change this from main menu scene to new game scene, then we have the game background with cards game modifiers laid over it. Upon selection of a modifier, we would transition from new game to new cycle, which would have the game game background with cards, a new cycle. A new cycle starts with setup. And setup is our. Is it setup? No, it's not setup. When you start a new cycle, the intention for timed events was things like this: the timed events was paying the bills. RNG on the time this RNG was designed to be. I think we might have to wait on implementing static because this is going to be tied to our day transition. I think we might also want to wait on this because this is also tied to time transition. So let's skip this for now, which means we jump straight into product cycle, which I think is accurate anyways, because we don't want to charge them like you need to pay bills on day one of your game while you instantly lose. So we need to skip that anyways and go into setup, where setup is our new cycle. New cycle is defined as the cards for cycle modifiers. From a new cycle, we transition into the day cycle, which is going to be the game background with cards cycle day. And then we transition from a cycle, we iterate on this. We need to create a night cycle still, but there's no cards for it as we plan it right now. So we need to come back to that. We then have, after night cycle, we do end cycle. End cycle has cycle end for cards. Okay, and then we have end game and end game cycle end. We need to showcase there's two that need to occur in here. One of these uses cycle summary. And this is an end cycle, and then we have end game, which shows game summary, and we will still use game background for now. I think we need to introduce a new, so upon end cycle, if you're continuing, you would end up in your next cycle. We'll call them un, cycle unlock. So you get a summary. This would also be where we determined if you're moving on or not. If you move on, you end up in cycle unlock, which lets you selection and unlock, and from your card selection. Otherwise, you end up in end game, which has the game summary. We are missing scenes for our timed stuff. Day-based timed events, RNG and static. So we're going to need to introduce two new scene types. One is event underscore timed and event RNG. these at some point. Actually, we don't need to add them. We have cards events timed, and cards events RNG. We need to trigger them somehow, but that's fine if they're defined but never utilized. So this is now all of our scenes. Is just a straight semicolon. We need to define all of our scene components though. I am going to assets, menu background. I'm going to copy, paste. You are now game background. You don't need copy at the end. Let's just duplicate this, and you are now game background. Game background. Pop into our texture manager. Add our game background. Add our game background. This should now be fine. We can now render game backgrounds. Creation of cards is going to be tedious. We're going to want to do what we did for the button and create a helper function, I think. Maybe we can encapsulate it inside of here. We need to, this needs to be updated. Oh, let's do that last. Okay. Game background, game HUD. Do we have a HUD? Yes. We need to show how much money you have, what your day-night cycle is, all those things. I don't quite know what this is going to look like just yet. We don't need it in new game. New cycle will want it. Duplicate. Add HUD. Day cycle will need it. Night cycle will need it. In cycle is going to need it. Is in cycle going to need it? In cycle is our conclusion round. Where we showed the summary screen. Yeah, we'll want it here. We'll also want it here. We're going to want it end game. We don't want it. Timed events, we will want it. And random events, we will want it. We need to create all of these. A good chunk of these are just going to be empty, I think. We got main menu, we got game. Okay, so With the exception of that, let's just pop down here a little bit to give us some space. We should be able to just clone this down to here and set it equal to something like that. Okay, vector established. Let's remove that, duplicate it a few times, grab, we got three. Let's grab, nope, let's do that, and boom. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn, I was off by one. There. So now we have empty arrays. It won't render anything, but at least it'll ensure that our component references, if we run this, won't break, so that we can just kind of implement these as we go. This one in particular, I don't know what we're going to do with for now, so it's probably going to be empty for quite some time. So we need to handle new game, cards game modifiers. This is the first thing we render after selecting new game. So now we need to make sure that current change scene will change to current scene, get entities for current scene. We'll iterate through and grab all of these. So background should render now. Background wasn't rendering before when we transitioned to our new scene. That'll verify that our references are there. We should be getting a background here. Game cards, new game, game background. So that means we're not transitioning to the new game scene. Game manager. Game manager.cpp. I still need to handle this, of course, but so main menu should trigger change scene for scene manager scene to new game. Scene manager game background is getting in a texture reference. So this exists. All that is linked up, so we should be loading in game background textures. New game scene. Scene component game background. Scene component game background is a new entity referencing texture manager with game background on a fill state. Game background. It reran the build. That being said, assets are stored here, not within the build itself. Change scene returns current scene. Oh, change scene. This is get scene returns current scene. Change scene. Scene manager. Change scene. Takes in the new scene and assigns current scene equal to new scene. And then get entities for current scene returns all of this. If we go to screen manager.cpp, every time render is called, get current scene. Oh. This is incorrect. We changed how this functions, and so we no longer need this. Also, we no longer need this. Right. Screen manager.h. You need to return a wrap result. So in the case where we're missing these, it needs to be an error. SDL underscore app underscore failure is what it's called. It's not working. It would be nice if we could get some sort of indicator when you're holding down for a selection, I think. So maybe we add another global reused scene. Screen stuff is done. We got we got game HUD, but that's intended to show things like your current currency and number of hires and those kinds of things, not interaction stuff. So, and we definitely can't add it to any of the cards. And even if we did add it to the cards, it wouldn't solve it for the menu. So instead of game HUD, let's do global HUD maybe. And this is just a HUD element that shows up over everything. Um, let's do something like that. And then in our scene manager.cpp, We can go up here and we can define background buttons over everything. We now have our global HUD. This will allow us to incorporate any elements across all pages for, I think, our select state. We then, I think in the case of main menu, we want to add one additional thing, but I think it goes into background because I think it is just for main menu. Yeah, I think we do one additional design element as part of background and main menu. Okay, and now we want to add, let's find, actually we don't want to find anything, we want a sprite. We're going to do a 32 by 32 RGBA with transparent background. Zoom in on you, and we want something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Leaves 2 here at the end, and then we can do that. Oh, there we go. I want selection tool. How do I select to move this entire thing down? A. That looks like a spacebar icon, right? Let's do. This might be our first animated thing. In which case, I kind of want to bring it in. Erase. Let's bring it 2 on either side. Draw. Bam. There we go. Okay, so that gives us a little bit more room. If we then take this, clone it, we can drop. Interesting. That is not what I expect that to do. assets folder. We are going to call you damn it. Explain how I manage this one. Hey, there we go. All right. All right. So we now have the saved in our folder directory. I don't think we can utilize it though. So let's see. Is there a export as? We can create a PNG version of it. Okay. So next thing we want to do is figure out how we can inject more of these tiles. New frame. What if we just add that there? Okay, so that does exactly what I wanted to do. So now if we go into this one and we draw, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be able to toggle between these. Hell yeah. This is in 1 pixel from the edge. So if we do that, that should be our start. And then we would, I think we might want to jump straight to final frame. I want to draw a circle that is pixel perfect, which is going to be a nightmare. So, do they have draw tools? No. Curve tool might be an option for us though. So if I do, first off, let me, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Let me erase that. If I do curve tool, start it in 1 pixel here, end it in 1 pixel here. I'm not sure why it's not rendering out. Start it. Why are you doing this? Start. It's trying to loop back on itself. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I need to be dragging. Okay. So if we drag it, and then let's bring it in until we get it to the curvature we want. I like that. Oh. Not quite right. Let's now add a no, no. This is no. New frame and new frame. So with this frame, I want to erase. Do we do it in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? I think we might do it in 8, which means that frame 1 would be at 0. Frame 2 would be a quarter. This outer loop looks nice. 3, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1. Then we got 2, 3, 2, 2, and then 2, 3, 2, 2. This area right here in the center looks off to me. Maybe we do a line draw. If I do one there, one there, does that look better or worse? I think this looks slightly better. From a distance, that looks better, I think. Also, I think we needed to curve out more. So following this pattern, let's change that to 3, 2, 2, 3, so 3, 2, and then do 1 there. And then we would erase on 1 pixel erase. So this would be 3, 3, 2, 1. So 2. So 3, 3, 2. So 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Maybe like that. And then there, and then there. So it'd be boom, boom, boom. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then maybe we erase that. Now, no, that definitely wasn't the play. This it just feels off. Erase that and that again. No, it just feels like it's a weird angle. Once again, let's delete frame, delete frame. Go back to this. It's erase. Somewhere around there. Let's get rid of that. And then we're going to draw a line using the curve tool in, oh, in one here to in one here. Something like that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Nope. Undo. I need it to be on this line. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's where we were before. This looks fine. The curvature of this looks right. Maybe I could go in one. No. Out one. It comes to too much of a point when I go out. One, two, three, two, two. 1, 2. It's coming out 3. Here's 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2. Technically, it is a circle. It feels wrong. For sure, I need to thicken this up. So let's just do that. That's a lot better. So that's not too bad. Okay, let's do that. Honestly, I'm tempted to bring this down like that and erase through here. Oop, erase through here. I think that actually looks a lot better. So let's do that all the way across. We're gonna just trim that, and trim that, and then grab our line tool. Yeah, it looks a lot better. If I add a little, no, I don't like the notch. I like that. This is our final frame. So now we have our beginning frame and our final frame. So if we take the erase tool and we just new frame, pop into here, let's erase all the way around to here. And then new frame, this one, I'm just going to erase like so. And then new frame and erase like so. Hop to the beginning. So we can new frame on this one, jump back one, find our middle point. So this and that. And then new frame, find our middle point like so. And then new frame and middle point up. And then new frame, middle point up. Start at the beginning, and now we have a much smoother transition. So we're going to save as, spacebar sprite, save, and then additionally we will export by rows, merge duplicates, ignore empty. And then we're going to export as spacebar PNG. Now, here's our sprite sheet. Okay, so we created a this is our global modifier. So we need to go into our manager here. We need to add a global HUD. This is going to create a new entity, which we need to go into our texture manager. Texture manager. We also need to hop into the nope, texture man.h. Hop into here, and so we need a texture name, space bar icon, sure. And then we have a CPP file for this? We do. Okay. Duplicate. You are now space bar icon and space bar space bar. This should get our space bar and load it in. All that looks good. We then need to hop over here. Texture manager points to our texture for spacebar icon. And then we have destination of null for now. Input, on the other hand, needs to be properly referenced. Some of the cleanup logic in here that I added is entities now clean up pointers passed in if they're still available when they go to clean themselves up. Not that we delete pointers, delete these at any point in time, but just to be safe. So pop that in there, and now we have a starts in the top left corner. This should be, I believe we did a 32 by 32, to be honest. Yeah, this is a 32. So this is a 32 by 32. It should just render in the top left corner, which is what we're saying. It should show on every screen. We're also letting it stretch to fill everything, so but it is doing the thing. I want this to be white on black, I think. We will have to adjust colors at some point in time. For now, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Let's go ahead and fix the positional stuff though, which we do that by dropping that in here. We want it to fill a 32 by 32 area. Interesting. I want it to be in the bottom right corner. In order to get this in the bottom right corner, we don't have anything for relative, which means we need it to be state dot height window dimensions dot height. You're in it. That's fine. It's going to be total height minus 32.0 float. You're now float. Perfect. I need the state window dimensions dot. This is backwards. This one should be height minus 32.0. This should be width. X is width. Y is height when we're doing these things. Should be as far into the bottom right corner as we can get it. There we go. All the way in the corner. So now if we wanted it to inset just a tad, we just need to subtract, let's bring it in 8 pixels. We are using an entity. Did we build out Sprite for animations? We did finish Sprite, but we don't have animations yet. Okay, so Sprite is a little more complex, but let's transition it from an entity to a sprite. We now need it to take in texture, source, position. So we still have texture, source, position. This no longer matters for us because we never use it anywhere. We actually just reset it. So let's remove source from here, and we will pass a null pointer. Actually, let's pass null. Um, so this can go away for now. And then we pass in our position and then an animation map. And the animation map is defined by this structure, which means we need to pass in as our last parameter. Here. Yes. No. No, 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 no. This structure is correct. It closes itself. It closes itself. We should be able to end sprite referential creation. Why is that not? Oh, there we go. And then we can pop that in. Now I should stop complaining. Da, da, da. Why are you not happy? I know animation map is going to be a bit of a problem for us. We need it to be type of T. So we need to pass in a idle. How do we want to do this? We'll just create a placeholder struct for space animation states. You got idle and you've got active. We don't need a struct, we need an enum. And then we can pass in that, which will make that happy, and then we can pass in idle, which should make the rest of it happy, and then we can duplicate, and we can pass in active. We can pass in active. And then the first frame is actually the exact same. So our idle animation, our idle is going to be the first frame of active, and that way it'll do a little delay and then it'll start ticking through. So we will have to keep that in mind. Although we could always remove the first frame from here as well. So we now have active. So I'm going to shift this from first frame to last frame. We had a total of 8 frames. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 0, 1, 2. Yeah, so frame position 8, which would be a X offset of 256. That should work. That should be fine. All right. We don't. My thought process. It would be a lot easier for us if I could just set number of cycles it runs through, start point and offset size, and then it would iterate through and generate this for us. That would be super easy. Also, means that all sprite sheets have to be like full width number of animations in a single row. And so for sprite models that have, let's say, 12 walk or 12 animation cycles for walk and 6 for idle, we would then have a 12 wide, 2 tall, one row for idle that's half width, and one row for active that's full width of our sprite map, which means we now have 6 empty cells that we could drop animations into. But this wouldn't allow that, or that wouldn't allow for that, but this structure does. In theory, we can transition between idle and active now. We don't have a frame rate to assign. We do need to set a current state. Texture, position, animation map, and then initial state. We don't want to set it equal to anything. And then here we need to provide a idle as our initial state. I need to go grab something to drink. I'm starting to feel a little queasy from not having water for a while. So I'm going to get up, stretch a little bit, grab something to drink, and then we'll get back to it. And we're back. It's looking like I'm gonna have to end things early, but before I do, I'm gonna try and do a little bit more later tonight off stream. So to jump through what I'll be attempting to handle and to make sure we have references for anything I don't get to. We need to incorporate uh, the animation triggers for sprite. I want to animate the space bar icon when holding space. I know this technically fits under polish. We then want to, I'm not too worried about scene transitions just yet, but we need to add in card sets. This is something I want to do is I want to try and knock out the card and get at least a few basic concepts in for what our card sets will look like, because that's required for us to see what our gameplay loop feels like. Um, our core game logic, this is going to be things like the transition. I'm just going to refer to this as our state machine for transitions. Call it for phases. I don't know if I'll actually implement this as a state machine. Most likely I will. Um, but depending on time, I might trim it back a little bit and just make it a little bit simpler. Effectively, the only difference between that is the state machine is going to encapsulate all the logic, so you make one call and it'll transition based on current state details to next state. And so it's just kind of coded in like that. It's it's a slightly cleaner way, but the reality is it's more or less boiling down to some conditionals in a switch case, anyways. So it's more or less going to come down to whether I encapsulate it and move it out into its own handler, or I just keep it kind of embedded like it is now. So we need to transition between our phases. We need to track user actions. Put /stats in here. We need to introduce our hooks for card logic. So this is going to be updating the cards to trigger specific cases based on the card. We're going to need our win-loss state conditionals, which is really going to fit under our state machine, to be honest. This is a visual thing for adding in, so I'm just going to move this down to here. And then we need the upgrade system as well, which ties technically into our hooks, but I think this is important enough we're going to need it. I might go ahead and move this down here as well. Not having the upgrade system, I think, is going to be detrimental, but we also don't need the upgrade system to see what the core loop would look like. It'd just be like, what's the first iteration or two look like before you even get upgrades anyways, to get a feel for it. And then if we get time, I would like to add background details, replace background sprites with something interesting, add some animation to sprites. I think near the top, expand card options. Right around here, let's add in SFX for interactions. And we probably want to add in some background music. So I want to get through like most of this tonight, um, so that ideally, come tomorrow morning, we will be in or nearly in our prototype phase, so that we can do some iterations. If it feels good and it's something we want to expand upon, we can start down the path of adding some polish and getting some things in for that. If we're not super happy with the concept, we've finished our prototype, we'll just kind of can it and move on to the next project. And yeah, it's not going to win any awards or get into win the game jam or anything like that. But the entire purpose of doing these game jams is to identify whether or not it's a project we want to build. I think as I'm going through this and I'm learning the ins and outs at a low level, I've effectively done everything to some level with the exception of collision detection, which I have done collision detection without a game engine before. At least AABB style collision detection. I just dropped something. I'll get to it later. But I will have done everything that I have done within Godot. I can say that continuing down this path for making games in a game jam setting does not make sense. We've effectively wasted 2 out of 3 days just getting bare bones stuff in place that Godot would have just handed to us. Now we are in the spot where creating our dynamic card system and rendering out those is going to be super easy because of everything. But I feel like that's also something we could have figured out in Godot. There's definitely got to be a way to do like random selections of objects and state allocations and randomly generated objects and things like that. So I feel like we would have, if we learn how to do that in a given game engine, even if we have to instantiate created objects directly through code, like there, create and generate a reference in the engine, and then just write some code for a script that will do everything else. Um, it would still be faster, and we would be able to do much more complex things that I can do through this, but are just going to be the amount of time to be able to do it is just going to be so absurdly high. So we might go back to using a game engine after this um, for the next game jam. I think a lot of it's going to depend on what the topic we land on is. I kind of want to try out Unreal, but I know Unreal's like I haven't done anything with 3D game development. So that kind of interests me in a way. But at the same time, I don't know if a first foray into 3D game development, even and at the same time, first time using a game engine, like a brand new game engine for me, I don't know if a game jam is like the ideal time to do that. Um, it seems like something if we get some downtime, if we get enough downtime that I can at least familiarize myself with the very minimal basics of Unreal between now and then, so that I'm like not completely lost going into it. Maybe that would be then we could do it in a game jam, so that yeah, at least I'm not learning the most basic of basics on how to launch and build a project. Also, I don't know if Unreal Engine has Unreal Engine build for web. Runs on a dedicated server like a powerful cloud CPU and is compressed video feed streamed to the user's web browser. Wow. Um, it looks like Unreal Engine doesn't have at least not with version 5, doesn't have a WebAssembly build. So You can get native HTML builds in Unreal Engine 4.2 and older. So I would have to, if I want to do that build for web, I would need to use an older version of the Unreal Engine, which is unfortunate. So if I'm going to do it, I want to do a Unreal Engine 5, latest stuff, get access to all the cool features and stuff. But I don't know. Godot also has 3D rendering. Um, it's not as powerful and doesn't offer as many tools. One of the main selling points for me on Unreal Engine 5 is Unreal Engine has a what sort of okay, like a character creator that's baked in called MetaHuman Creator. This is the web tool for it, so you can create character models on WebTool. I don't want to go through and set all that up, but you can create highly like hyper realistic 3D modeled assets. While in Unreal, the latest version of Unreal Engine 5, it's built into the editor now, although apparently it's not super stable. And so you can build 3D model characters in editor, and they've broken the clothes assets off of the characters, so now you can get realistic like movements and stuff from like in an editor tool generated clothing, and it's heavily powered by AI, of course. Uh, so there's that. So I guess technically, and if you're using metahumans and building an Unreal Engine and you want to upload it to itch, you have to tick that box about AI. But the upside is that it's got like procedural tools. Oh no, they have a specific clause for procedural generation for like building out like maps and things like that. So I would assume that would be the same for the metahumans. I'm not sure, but there's all kinds of AI tools built in for world editing in Unreal Engine that are really good, as well as character creation and all those things. So that's kind of why I want to get into Unreal Engine if I end up going heavily into 3D. Whereas if I do it in Godot, it's like I can make 2D character models. I, given enough time, I can make 3D character assets as well. But let's be realistic here, especially if I want to do game jams. I'm gonna have to find an artist that's willing to do it. Like how long it took us to do that spacebar in 2D assets, and I knew exactly what I was doing, like what I was going for. Like that doesn't not bode well for creation of 2D assets, let alone 3D assets, which are significantly more complex. And I have even less to pull from on that. So we'll see. But like I said, a couple of things I need to do. I need to get this logic enabled where we're rendering through frames. I'm gonna also have to add a flag for repeat or not. So idle animations should repeat, run animation should repeat, but like that icon we just made where it does a circle around, it needs to hold that. Like we don't need it to just constantly be spinning the entire time you're holding the spacebar button down. That doesn't make sense. So we should have a flag that allows us to toggle between an animation, and it's gonna have to be per animation type, because you might have when you're dealing with sprites, I think they all repeat. It's really just when it comes to the UI elements that we don't want them to repeat, um, to be honest. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I think for now we might just add it globally, because I can't think of any like our cards. Our cards when we transition between states will start at 0, cycle up until the animation completes, and then it's done. Our buttons are all the same. our icons will be the same. So I don't think we have anything in our game that does a repeating cycle of animation right now, anyways. Um, like we don't have any idle animations, you know. Anyways, this is what we're going for. I'm gonna try and knock out a good chunk of this tonight. I just need to go lay down for a little bit. I'm not feeling great, so I'm gonna lay down, rest a little bit, maybe hop on my laptop in bed or something like that, and knock some things out offline. And tomorrow I'll get you guys caught up on what I was able to get done or not. Assuming I'm feeling better tomorrow. If not, if I'm feeling worse, that's not gonna be good. But all right, thanks for joining me. Like I said, I'll do some things offline. Hopefully, I can get some decent progress in tonight, and then tomorrow I'll bring you guys up to date on where we landed. Once again, thanks for joining me, and I will see you guys tomorrow.